deployed. All right, and a single instance virtual machine has been deployed. We can't create skill sets from that. So you got to create that through virtual machine skill sets. Okay, so if you want to use application service, for example, all right, so it's built into the service. All right, for example, like Azure SQL will have its own scaling options over there. All right, your storages as well. Okay, it has its own scaling options, right, and things like that. Okay, so we have to look into how do we actually deal with scaling, like for web apps, for example, when deal with web apps, that depends on to your app service plan that you've chosen. All right, your web app itself cannot be scaled, all right, but that depends on to whether your app service plan supports the scaling or not. All right, so if it does, then you can do auto scaling. All right, so for load balancer, for example, it's like if you have deployed a virtual machine. All right, so load balancer over here is like your on-prem load balancer. Okay, mainly load balancer over here, there are three, well, right now there are kind of four types of load balancers. They put them under the load balancer family. So what kind of load balancers do we have? We have the layer 4 load balancers, right? The network load balancers. Then we have the application gateways. All right, so in some ways, I don't really see it as a load balancer, but in some other perspective, yeah, it kind of look like a load balancer as well. All right, but yeah, they place it under the load balancer family. All right, so we have the network load balancer, we have the application gateway, we have the traffic manager, we have the front door. All right, so we have 4 load balancers over there. All right, so where do we use those load balancers? For example, if you use the virtual machine, we deploy a virtual machine over here, and you have deployed single instance virtual machines, and you want to load balance your applications, your services within that virtual machine. We'll use the load balancer. We use the network load balancers. All right, so you have 2 types of network load balancers, if you can remember. You have the public load balancer, you have the internal load balancer. All right, so which one are you going to use? Is it going to be internal wise or is it going to be publicly facing? All right, things like that. So the load balancers over here. All right, so there's some applications that actually has their own load balancer, or there's some services has integrated with their own load balancers. All right, so we don't have to deal with that. All right, but anything, just keep in mind, anything got to do with infrastructure wise, or anything which is touching infrastructure wise, well, we've got to deal with our own load balancers. All right, so we're going to deploy an additional component over that. Then, depending on the type of load balancers or the type of services that you deploy, some of it, depending on to the SKU number or depending on the pricing tier, you have different skill limit. All right, so there are, for example, like if you're using the standard load balancer, all right, you're given up to like 100, yeah, for 100, sorry, 600, okay, sorry, 100. What am I thinking? 100 for basic, all right. But if you're using standard, it can go up to like 1,000, all right, 1,000 nodes. And you're using some custom image, it can go down to 600 nodes per skill set, all right. So it depends on what kind of device or what kind of pricing tier that we've chosen. Even for the All right, so we'll start in just about 2 more minutes, just to wait for the rest to come in. So probably you want to get yourself a cup of coffee.
Hey, good morning, everyone.
Good morning. All right, good morning. So for those who just joined in, so welcome back. And this is our last day for the course. And we have 3 more modules to go, as you can see. We'll start off with module 12, cost design for cost optimization. Then application architecture for module 13. And the last one will be security for applications. All right, so we'll start off with the cost optimization for this. And you guys ready?
Yep.
Great.
Yep.
Okay, so let's go. So here we're looking to design for cost optimization. We're looking to solutions for cost management and cost reduction. Okay, so for this, we'll be using, we won't be able to use your Azure portal for this because you have to look into some information to get some information from the portal, but unfortunately you won't be able to get it. So if you ever go into your portal and you find, you go into a subscription, and you try to get some cost analysis and things like that. So it will not appear because of our subscription type that we have. We are using the free subscription. So we won't be able to get any information from that. All right, so we're gonna look into some of the print screens that's available from your skill pipe and also in my slides as well. Okay. Let's look into how to recommend solutions for cost management. All right, so how to get the information, the first thing is to go into your cost management blade, your cost management app itself. All right, so in your portal, all right, on your left-hand menu, okay, when you go, you click onto the menu, scroll all the way down, you see that's actually an app or link called Cost Management, and it will bring you over to this page over here called Cost Management, and you can see that there's overview, there's all billing scopes, all right, and then there's a section over here called Cost Management itself that consists of cost analysis, budgets. Okay, there's no more clouding. You won't see clouding there. Okay, but you see cost analysis and budgets. Okay, so if you to ever click onto that, you will not get anything. It says that we are not allowed to get any information because we're using the free subscription. All right. So, but what you get to do is that the cost analysis over here will actually do an analysis of how much you've spent. Okay, based onto the subscription you've been using. Okay, onto which resources. You'll break it down to what kind of resources that have been using, where have they been deployed. Okay, the services that you've been using. Right. So there's a breakdown like this. Okay. And based on to the account names that you've been using, which specific accounts has been using that much or have been creating resources, using resources and stuff like that, and services too, right? So you get this cost analysis over here based on these breakdowns. All right, so from there you can actually create budgets. Okay, you can create budgets. Okay, and you can budget out as in this type of resource, for example. There's as much you can use for. Okay, there's as much credits you can use. Okay, you can budget out in such a way. All right, then you can review recommendations. So recommendations are actually coming from the Azure Advisor. All right, so it comes from the Azure Advisor. So over here, okay, there's actually a recommendation. So instead of our advisor, you call it cost advisor instead of clouding. All right, so the advisor will advises you onto what sort of things that you can help to improve or help to reduce your cost. All right, so advisor is not all about help you to make it better, ask you to increase your usage of resources, not necessarily, but sometimes it can help you in terms of the advisor on the costing side itself, can help you to reduce your cost or how to optimize, if you want to put it that way. All right, because sometimes we look into the things that is actually advising us on. It's not asking us to reduce or remove that particular service, but to add on another service in order to make it better, to make it more efficient so that we can save costs overall. All right. Sometimes you have to add in order to save, not just to remove to save. All right. So there's certain situations that it will actually look into it, do an analysis, okay, and then it will advise accordingly. All right. And we can actually export the data. All right. So all these informations can be exported out, okay, into whatever format you want. It could be a Excel sheet format, okay, or it could be a XML file, okay, XML file which you can import it into a different location. All right, so we optimize with the cost management in such a way, right? We can prepare with proper tools for success. Yeah, so it says that because what it does is it does that evaluation assessment. Okay, so you can actually break it down into last month, how much have you been using? Okay, or this month have you been using, or this year? Okay, you can create a customized report, okay, as in to capture data of the amount of credits that you have been using from your subscription, right? Because you got to specify the subscription first. This is where the scope is, okay, and then specify the amount of time or duration that you want the information to be captured. Now, sometimes you'll find that the information, if let's say, for example, I want to look into how much I've used for this week, well, certain cases, most of the time I would say, based on my experience, once you actually have used that resource, you will not get that information back there and then. Like you won't see that, oh, today I've actually used like $10,000 or $20,000 dollars. You won't be able to see that, so it won't be reflected that fast, right? So usually it'll take about 2 or 3 days, yeah, to really reflect onto what is actually used on those days previously. Okay, so usually what they do is that well, the finance guys want to have this information, so they say, okay, let's monitor it for a month, okay, and see how it goes. All right. For us, for example, yeah, for when you do the implementation, many people will start off with the using the pay as you go subscription first. For example, something which is still new, okay, some application or there's some resource that we're still testing on, okay, you probably want to play around with pay-as-you-go, okay, in some cases. So we don't really know the actual usage, right? The actual usage for it. So pay-as-you-go, since they already have that, if they want to know, when I want to use it, I use pay-as-you-go, I test it out, this is as much as I use, okay, then after that we start to scale down, or probably change it to a different subscription. All right, but they use pay-as-you-go, okay, to just test things out, okay, and then once it's stabilized, this is as much of usage that we use for this particular situation, or for this particular implementation, then after that they start to change the subscription. All right, so remember that your resources, you can always change your subscription. All right, you can move it to a different subscription. All right, so you go over to the resource group, okay, and you click on to select the resource that you want, select move, okay, and then it will make that change for you. Okay, pretty seamless. All right, so you can check onto granularity as well. Okay, is it accumulated? All right, or how do you want that information to be given to you? All right. The three groups that must be aligned, to have a successfully managed cost. Okay, so it's not your finance, okay, your managers, again, of course, your apps teams. All right. So not just the apps itself, the people who are doing that, what do you call it? So using the resource, the consumers, I would say, okay, like us, we are consuming the subscription. All right, so we are using the subscription to create resources to do implementation. But more for the times it's like the developers, the app guys, will be creating new apps, or the DevOps teams, for example, they'll be using functions, they'll be creating logic apps, or something like that. And all those actually require to use this subscription on a day-to-day basis. Okay, so cost design principles. So we got to think about in your planning. You got to ask some questions. So, what business problems am I solving? Okay, what business problems am I solving? First thing. Okay, then what usage patterns do I expect from my resources? Okay, because sometimes, like I said, we don't really know the usage pattern. We don't really know when it's going to be the peak time. Probably it's a new solution right now. We don't know what is the sentiment of people accepting it yet. When we'll actually use it a lot. When there's sometimes there are certain things, people just like it, this go all the way in, and all of a sudden the number of queries going up, okay, or the traffic's going up, okay. So we just gonna monitor that. Okay, so that's the case why there's many companies that can have a few subscriptions. All right, they don't use all the subscriptions, or they don't actually have just one subscription all the way. All right, so they want to use that to monitor on the pattern of usage in that case. All right, so for visibility, it's basically cost. Well, we're going to use the cost management to identify Azure costs who is responsible for what they spent. Okay, so Azure services can find resources that are underused. It can help us to remove waste, and can also help us to maximize cost savings opportunities on who is doing the spending most of the time. All right, so it's not enough for us to actually get a guy to write it down, to write the report manually, say, okay, I have this much spent. And well, if there are so many users, or there's so many developers, for example, or there's so many infra guys or IT professionals inside your Azure environment, they are administrators. But who would I know? How would I be able to know who has been spending that much? All right, so even if you get that manual report, you've got to still sort it out. All right, we want to break it down, and that's a lot of work. All right, so over here, we want to get that visibility, all right, to know exactly where, okay, what area, who has been spending that much, okay, or who has been spending on what have they been spending on, where have they been spending on, okay, the location, the region, okay, so we want that breakdown. Accountability, all right, so attribute cost to make sure people are responsible and accountable for team spending, all right, so you want to have that. And then we're going to organize the resource to maximize onto cost attribution, all right. Then after that, we're looking to optimization. So based on the findings that we have gathered, all right, so we're going to go through some planning, through planning and cost visibility. We're going to consider purchase and licensing optimizations. So say, for example, like the infra guys, okay, the IT professionals, okay, and they are required to actually create, to do a solution on deploying some infrastructure. Okay, so if that particular infrastructure is going to be running for long term, for example. Yes, let's say, for example, it's going to be like, oh, it's going to be running down 3 months down the road non-stop, or probably a year. We're not going to be turning off that virtual machine, for example. Yeah, so we will want to have some sort of reserve instance. Okay, so we're going to take advantage of that. Okay, but we won't be able to know, is that required to run like 3 months or 6 months or 1 year or how long? Okay, because there's certain cases that okay, this is just a tryout. Okay, and if I'm going to use reserve instance, okay, for that is going to be a waste because I'm actually paying upfront and not really using that much, right? Even though we enabled, say, for example, like spot instances, okay, but that's besides the story, okay, because that's more towards for the multi-instance environment. Okay, so in this case, I want to give it a try. Just give it a try as in, okay, let's monitor this machine over here. Okay, so let's see, I'm going to use it for how long? Okay, is it required to run that number of hours? Okay, and then if it does require that, okay, then I'm going to go for the reserve instance. Okay, and then can help me to reduce my cost. Okay, but I won't be able to know until I monitor that before it happens, right? So in this case, all right, so when we look into optimization, we gather the information that we've wanted from, and then we make the correct change. All right, then iteration, everyone must be engaged in cost management lifecycle. Yeah, so when we actually provide, let's say, a subscription, for example, they provide a subscription to a specific management group, and okay, there you go, here's a subscription, you use it. But if we do not actually apply any sort of control, as in, okay, this is the limit of your subscription, it's not unlimited, it's limit. There's a limit to it, there's a budget to it. All right, because if you don't put a budget, what's going to happen? People will be spending. You just spend. All right, so they'll be totally out of control. And a lot of times when businesses are going into the cloud and say, oh, because I gotta save money, gotta save this kind of stuff, you know. Up to the end of the month, they say, oh, every month they're spending even more compared to on-prem. Then is there any increase on productivity, any increase of efficiency? And when it sees that there's none, but more spending, well, it's not going to be justifying that, right? So in this case, yeah, you've got to provide some sort of everyone has to be involved, and that's why when we provide subscription to certain groups, okay, management groups, where we assign people to use a subscription, we want to put in some sort of budget, right? Okay, so design with cost in mind. All right, so we want to do some estimation. All right, first of all, we're going to do some estimation of cost for current month. Yes, how much have I incurred so far for this month, for example? Will I stay under my budget? Yeah, probably want to ask a question. Yeah, so you want to do some sort of investigation. Okay, then investigate anomalies. Yeah, so we're going to do some routine check, for example, yeah, to make sure that costs stay within a reasonable range of normal usage. And probably want to look into what are the trends, yeah, or are there any outliers? Right? So are there any things which are out of the norm, okay, that we are actually using based on your current usage? Right, then you want to have the invoice reconciliation. All right, is this my latest invoice? Okay, this is my latest invoice cost more than the previous month. All right, I want to have a look into that. Let me look into the breakdown. Okay, how did the spending habits change from month over month? Yeah, so we're going to see how that works. Okay, so from that, we want to have, let's say, this month, probably 3 months down the road. Again, let's see some patterns over that. So we want to internal check, internal chargeback. Is there any internal chargeback? All right, so now that I know how much I'm being charged, for example, how should those charges be broken down for my organization? All right, so you want to do some diagnostics over here to do some investigation, right? So you can get that information even from your cost management plate. All right, there's this advisor over here, the advisor recommendation. Okay, so the Cloudin is no longer there. You can see the advisor recommendations. So based on the print screen, sometimes, you know, as you know that the cloud UI, the cloud portal will change from time to time, start to evolve in certain older features will be taken out, new features will be going in. All right, so sometimes you might see something new inside. Okay, but Cloudin is not there anymore. Okay, so recommendations for minimizing costs. Right, so we view onto cost breakdown by Azure service. All right, so in your Azure, in the cost management, as you can see that you can look into dashboard and you can see under the cost analysis what have you been using, okay, on what kind of services. Okay, so you can have it in a bar graph, okay, have it in a line chart. All right, so you can see what sort of services there over here. Okay, so from there also you want to view the invoice. Okay, view the invoice details. Okay, to look into and navigate on the cost analysis for that. Review the cost base. Okay, onto resources can help you quickly identify the primary cost contributors. All right, so we're looking to cost by resource. Okay, then can look into what are those resources which are spending the most. So yesterday I did mention, yeah, so of all the resources, you could be deploying your virtual machines, you could be deploying your virtual networks, you might have some egress traffic going out of the region, okay, and VPN and things like that. But I did mention that what I realized that the Azure firewall costs me the most of the time, okay, will cost me the most usually, all right, so even because we won't be actually using, I mean, I thought that there will be a lot of this will be internal, okay, and then I do need to have a firewall and it go into my implementation, but usually the firewall will be on the topmost, all right, so because it based on to, comes down to, again, what kind of firewall you deploy, okay, and what kind of other resources if you've been using in your environment. It could be true for me, but not be true for you. Okay, maybe you have a lot of usages in, say, for example, on the storage, okay, or probably onto your VMs or onto your apps, okay, so whatever apps that you've been deploying, all right, because there'll be a lot of traffic going through your apps, for example. Okay, so you want to have a look into the breakdown of the resource, and there you go, you can see the breakdown from here. Okay, you can break it down based on the resource, put it on way on top, okay, and then sort it out, okay, to see what are the specific resource and from which location as well, right? So view cost breakdown selected by dimensions. Yeah, so you can organize based on the various metadata values shown in charges. Yeah, for example, you could group cost based on location. All right, so as mentioned, you can group up. You can group it based on location, because remember that you could have the same resource, but when it's deployed in different location, there will be different costs to it. Yeah, so you deploy a VM here in Southeast Asia, it's going to be more costly compared to if you deploy in East US. All right, on a VM by VM comparison, yeah, VM by VM comparison. But when probably depending on where the user is coming from, if let's say the user is from Southeast Asia and you have deployed this stuff in US, right? But because of latency issue, because of the performance issue, sometimes I don't know. Okay, so the users have to, through the network, travel all the way to US, and you have to ensure that the US machines will have to run longer. Okay, and probably that will also incur more cost, even though building that virtual machine over there is actually cheaper. Okay, but in terms of operational wise, it's much more expensive compared. All right, maybe. All right, so sometimes we might need to relocate that, right, or think about where do you want to really deploy your resources. Okay, so view cost by day or month. Yep, so you can actually break it down by day or month. All right, your granularity over here. Okay, view reservation charges. Yeah, so what kind of resources are using any reservation charges? So you can see the actual cost. Yeah, so actual cost will show the purchase as it appears on the bill. So it doesn't show a reservation cost for other months of the year. Okay, so it shows you exactly what's going to be on the bill. All right, so they have the amortized cost. Okay, so this will actually show a reservation purchase split as an amortized cost over a duration of the reservation term. So for example, you look into the cost attribute to each VM that receives that reservation benefit. All right, so you get to see these two information. So just like when you look into building your virtual machine or building your resources or storages, all right, so you say, oh, okay, this particular size or this particular app service plan, for example, will cost you this much, all right, but that is just an estimated cost. Okay, so you won't even know the actual cost until you get the bill, basically. All right, so if you're using pay-as-you-go, by the end of the month, oh, that is the actual bill, the actual cost I'm supposed to pay, because based on the usage, I'm not using it 24/7, and probably by the end of the day, I turn off the virtual machine, for example, yeah? Or I turn off that particular app. I'm not using the app anymore. But when we were creating that, okay, it says that this is going to cost you that much. It's just an estimation based on running 24/7. without any other additional configuration or any other additional resources added onto it. For example, like additional storage, additional features like scalability or scaling options. There's none on that. All right. So we don't know that until we actually use that. Yeah. So this will give you the actual cost itself, the actual cost. Okay. Then looking to view cost on specific tag. All right. Now, one of the reasons why in terms of implementation, in terms of policy, there's certain environments, or in this case, there are many environments enforces tagging onto their tagging policies onto the resource. All right. So whenever you build any resource or create any resource, you have to tag it. Even though sometimes it looks like tagging, I can do it later, right? But for people who are doing the financial part, all right, they want to look into information like this. So one way to really get hold or to be able to locate that particular resource is by the tags. Okay, but if you don't tag it or probably just leave it alone and forgotten to tag later, okay, you might miss out certain things, and you might miss out one. You will be missing out the second one, the third one, fourth one. And you will be missing a lot of stuff, right? So a lot of information is not in the report, or it's pretty difficult to locate them. All right. So in terms of tagging, so why I want to tag it? Because for this, tagging for policy, through policy, for us to locate that resource so that we can see what is the usage for that particular resource. Okay, so it's easier to tag. So because if you look into, okay, I want to have all this. Say for example, put an example over here. I have a storage. Let's say I have storage. So you can just group it up based on storages. Great. All right. So you group it up based on storage. But let's say I have a project implementation. All right. I have a project implementation, and it included not just storages, it included a lot of other resources that I have been using. All right. Say storage itself. I have a lot of web apps, for example. Okay, the web apps will be using, let's say, the web application firewall, right? The application gateway. Okay, a lot of stuff. Okay, a lot of resource. So I want to find out exactly for this project, how much how much the cost incurred. Right? What is the cost incurred? So I can't group them up based on resources because there's so many resources over that. Okay, so if I tag them, okay, this tag here is for project A, for example. I just look for the tag project A, and all the resources project A then comes out and it tells me what is the cost of deploying all these resources for project A, right? So things like that. So you could say that I could put all of them in the same resource group, but then again, sometimes in the same project, you could be using multiple resource groups, right? So yeah, it makes life a little bit easier. I can actually look into resource group, get the cost of all the resource groups based on all the resource group and just sum it up together. But that's still manual work, right? That's still manual work, right? So if I get to tag them, okay, tag them with the correct information, I look for the tag and I get the information, boom, straight away onto my costing page, right? So you can download the usage, you can download the information, right? You can get this downloaded. You want it to have a hard copy, you want to do some auditing onto it, whatsoever, and get it downloaded. Okay, so you can also view monthly EA costs, cost breakdown. All right, so then, okay, so you navigate onto your cost management plus billing, you just click onto breakdown. Right, and then cost optimization checklist. Okay, so some checklists, or in this case, some best practices that you want to have. Okay, so you want to have a checklist onto what to check for. Okay, so like cost model. Okay, capture clear requirements. Okay, estimate initial costs and so on. Plan for governance strategy, right down to that. Okay, in architecture, okay, you check for cost of resources in various Azure geographic regions. Yeah, you want to check it out. In this region, how much is going to cost me? In that region, how much is going to cost me? Is there any other alternative? If I want to have something nearer, okay, but not use this region, for example, maybe it doesn't have the feature that I want. Maybe it has the feature I want, but the feature that I want over here is just too costly, For example, yeah, is there any other alternative for that? Yeah, so sometimes we go to that level of consideration. Okay, choose a subscription that is appropriate for the workload. All right, so like I said, it's that normally you have a few subscriptions to work with, right? Because you don't want to like just straight away jump into the one they're going to use on a day-to-day basis. All right, so we want to have, let's say, another subscription to test it out, okay, and then after that, we're going to switch it over to the other subscription because it's going to be we pretty know what's going to be the pattern like or usage pattern like, so you can plan further on that. All right, so choose the right resource to handle the performance. Okay, so for example, yeah, I can deploy for performance for example, for instance, yeah. I could deploy using my load balancer. I can actually have, let's say, virtual VM1, VM2, VM3, VM4. I can add any more VMs into my backend pool. Right? I can keep on adding that. Right? But at the same time, because I want to actually address onto the performance issue, and because I have a load balancer in front, of course, I have some sort of a high availability as well. Not just for my services, okay, not just for my services, all right, but onto my VMs. Okay, so I know that they are highly available because I have a few VMs at the back. So is there anything else that I can use in the cloud or leverage in the cloud to give me something like that? Okay, so first of all, you got to be very clear. You got to have a very sharp mind in what are you trying to achieve? Is it performance, okay, or is it high availability? Which one are you trying to achieve right now? All right. So if that case is the performance that you want, is it constantly you need that much of resources, for example? Okay, so it's constantly required that much resources. Okay, that could be a solution, right? But is there any other alternatives for that? Okay, for example, if because that is the constant resource that you need, the constant performance you need, but if I were to continue with that implementation, having multiple virtual machines behind the load balancer, I'll still going to maintain that virtual machine, right? So on top, besides that, I actually have manual scaling. All right, in manual scaling, I do not need to actually maintain the additional instances. I just have to maintain one instance, not multiple instances. But yet still gives me the performance, right? So in that case, I get to reduce my overhead, right, in terms of maintenance, right? So that is another solution I can be looking at. Okay, so are you using the right resources to handle the performance or handle that situation? Right, compare consumption-based pricing with pre-provision. Yeah, consumption-based. So consumption-based is the pay-as-you-go. All right, pre-provision, that will be your reservation instances or probably using subscriptions that you're paying upfront. All right, so for like the enterprise, yeah, you're paying upfront. Okay, so compound to that. Of course, when you're looking at consumption-based, it's usually more expensive. Yeah, pay as you go. You're paying full price per unit that for that particular resource. Yeah, so unit over here based on what kind of resource, different kind of resources, different kind of unit per price per unit. Okay, so pay as you go usually is you're paying full price, right? But again, because we sometimes use pay as you go because we don't really know the actual usage pattern yet. Right, probably today I'm using, probably tomorrow I'm not using. But if I'm using some sort of like I'm paying upfront, okay, I've already paid for this. This is as much I'm supposed to use, but I'm not really using that much. So then again, even though cost per unit, okay, the cost per unit is very much lower, but I'm already paying upfront. Okay, if I don't use it, I'm going to waste it. All right, so in this case, we gotta decide onto which. All right, so use proof of concept deployments. Right, so if proof of concept over here, number one, you can create your own proof of concept. Number two, you can actually use those designs and some those other people have done their testing already, so they know exactly how it works. Okay, and this is how we deploy it. Basically, it's going to be the same infrastructure anyway. You would probably want to use, let's say, for example, some deployments that you've done before in the cloud, but different site. Okay, and you want to have the same setting here in this particular site, for example. Use your blueprints. Okay, use your blueprints. Later on, we're looking into service fabric. All right, so you can do that too. All right, blueprints is for your what do you call this? Is for your policy. Right, it's for your permissions assignments. Okay, it's for your resource group deployments. Okay, so things like this, things that help you to automate. Right, templates, basically the bigger templates. All right, so you want to use that. Okay, so use those that you have done before, apply it onto the same setting over on a new site, a new deployment. right? Choose managed services whenever possible. Yeah, so especially when you're doing a migration, all right, you're doing migration. So why would I migrate? Yeah, when you ask a question, what's the purpose of migrating into the cloud? Things are working fine on-prem, okay, but is it because my competitor is using the cloud, so therefore I've got to follow the trend? There are cases like this. Yeah, I've seen cases like this, and say, oh, because my next door competitor is actually doing this, so we have to keep up. But is following what they do, is it going to benefit you? Is it really helping you into your business? Yeah, so case like you have to go down to that point sometimes to ask a question, even though sometimes it's not very comfortable to listen to it. All right, so anyway, so when you move over to the cloud, for example, what we want is to leverage onto the cloud's features and services, right? So if we're going to operate the same way as what we did on-prem into the cloud, most of the time we don't see that much of a benefit. Yeah, even though one of the first benefits is that, oh, the physical part, you don't have to care for, you don't have to maintain it anymore, right? That's cool. Yeah, but it's not just that. It's not just about the physical part. There's so many other features over there that can help you to reduce costs. All right. So most of the time, when you move to the cloud, we want to have that cloud optimized. We will look into the PaaS setting. Yeah, platform as a service. All right. For example, like you move your SQL into the cloud. All right. So instead of moving the entire SQL server, you want to move the database and move it into Azure SQL database. Yeah, the Azure SQL database. I don't want to have the VM with SQL. I want to have Azure SQL database because I'll be losing some sort of control. Maybe. Yep. Yes, I will be losing some sort of control. All right. I can't be deciding on what kind of SQL server that Azure is going to be using. It's always going to be using the latest and greatest. So maybe I will also need to change a little bit onto my application, right, in order to accommodate that news, the latest and greatest SQL server. Yeah, so I gotta do that a bit of changes onto my application. But if those changes on the long run benefits you more, why not, right? The application side, maintenance side, in terms of availability side, in terms of performance side, right? I don't have to worry about that anymore, right? My SQL server, my SQL database is already being managed by Azure, right? So I don't have to worry about that. Coming back just now, I was mentioning the virtual machines behind the load balancer. Yeah, I have that performance, I have that high availability, but I've got to maintain that virtual machine. If I have like 1,000, if I'm using the standard load balancer, I have like 1,000 virtual machines behind the load balancer, gosh, that's going to be tedious, right? It's going to be difficult to maintain all this kind of stuff. And so why not leverage onto the cloud services, right? The cloud has that, use that. All right, although it requires us to do a little bit of changes and to give up some of the control. Okay, so we try to choose as much as possible, if we could, all right, to use the PaaS environment. Okay, so that we can focus our energy or focus onto some other things which are more important, right, in terms of business point of view. All right. Checklist for provisioning cloud resources to optimize cost. Right, so some of the optimized options by technology, right? You can make use of the AI and machine learning, big data analytics, all right, networking portion, data stores, all right. So those are some of the technologies that can use to optimize and to make things a little bit more efficient. Right, so checklists, okay, monitor costs. Okay, so these are checklists. So gather the cost data from diverse sources to create reports. Use resource tags to build reports. Yeah, so tag them. So that's why we need to ensure that all the resources are being tagged. Right? Use RBAC built-in roles for cost. Yeah, so you need to allow certain people to become contributor or probably even owner. Okay, but the rest of them, they're just readers, for example. Yeah, so all these are readers, okay, because they're not allowed to make any changes. Once make changes over here, then it's going to cost me and stuff like that. So yeah, so you're going to have them with specific roles. Respond to alerts and have response plans according to the constraints. Okay, and then adopt proactive and reactive approaches for cost reviews. Yeah, so you got to look into your cost analysis. Okay, from you need to have a routine to do that. Okay, you would probably want to be alerted as well in terms of like whichever resources has reached certain threshold. Right, it doesn't have to meet the the end of the transfer, as in there's no more limit to it, or there's no more, there's not enough of credits to it anymore, or entirely depleted. So probably reach a certain threshold, you want to be alerted probably. Yeah. Analyze the cost at all scopes and detect anomalies over that. Okay. Then review the underutilized resources. Okay, so you can do that using the cost. In fact, the whole thing over here. Okay, you can use the cost advisor. Okay, the cost advisor will do a well, it's quite thorough, but there are certain things that we need to actually go through ourselves as well. Okay, so the cost advisor will give you enough of information. That actually really helps a lot. Okay, it helps a lot over there, you know, it helps to improve how we can make things more efficient and more cost effective. Okay, so continues to act on the cost review. Okay, reserve instance, discounts. So any parts that there are a lot of discounts, okay, that have discounts over there, well, try to utilize them. All right, they are there for benefit, you know, so help us to save costs, but not all the time. Not all the time, those discounts are good as well. Right? For instance, is that which part of it? Let me see. No, I can't think of any for the time being. Discount prices. Yeah, so most of it, like, you know, hybrid, you know, using the hybrid benefit, that's good. Okay, that is good. But we've got to check, you know, whether we really have enough of licenses on-prem for it to be used in the cloud. Because sometimes, you know, the one on-prem, these licenses that we have on-prem wasn't updated. The documentation wasn't updated. So I'm not really sure whether this is actually updated or not. All right, so yeah, so if we do have enough, okay, I'm going to save more credits. I'm going to save more money over here by using those licenses from on-prem, so I can make use of the hybrid benefits. Okay, so I have a scaled in and scale up policy. Yeah, so I would always try to choose auto scaling than manual scaling, yeah, especially when you deploy web apps, for example. Okay, so because auto scaling really does give us that, you know, that option to scale up when we need and scale in when we don't need them, instead of like consistently running that number of instances, which is going to cost a lot. All right, so you have auto scaling options over that. Yeah, reevaluate the design choices. All right, so check into, is this design, yeah, it works for this particular service, okay, but are we, again, really optimizing in terms of performance and in terms of cost? All right, use the right data store. All right, so for instance, I could use, in terms of storage, for example, let's look into storage here. I could use the cheapest, the standard HDD. That's the cheapest. I can actually put it into my virtual machine, but that is not going to help me into my performance, and I'm going to run it much longer, right? Much longer, and that's going to cost me more. So I rather use a more expensive storage like the premium SSD. Well, it's going to cost me, right? But it's going to give me that performance, so I don't have to run that long, and I can turn off that virtual machine or that particular instance that I don't need when I don't need to use it. I can shut it down faster. All right, and that's going to help you to save cost, right? For instance, like that. And so use the right one. Okay, use the right resource. Choose spot VMs. Yeah, that's the spot instance for low priority workloads. Okay, that's a spot instance if using multi-instance environment, and optimize data transfer and also reduce load on service. Okay, so those are some of the checklists that we want to look at. All right, so different environments will have different kind of situation they'll be looking in, right? So sometimes, even though we're not in a situation or position to, well, decide onto what cost institution, so on and so forth, but when you're doing the architectural work, okay, you got to be aware of that. You got to know, you know, what is going to help the company save. The company always wants to save money, right? There's no company that says that, okay, spend as much as you like. I wish that happens, but never happens, right? So, you know, we got to be aware and, you know, be sensitive of how much we actually have used or how much we're going to use. All right. Okay. So, any questions onto the cost? Yeah. So, if you look into, let me just bring up my portal. Oh, I've not logged into my portal yet. No, not this plugin. Okay, so what's my log? Oh, there you go. So if you go over to the cost, geez. What did it significant number? All right. Okay, so if I go over to cost management, all right, so scroll down, you can see here cost management plus billing. Okay, so under the cost management, okay, so you can see that you won't be able to do that, right? Okay, so but you get your cost analysis. All right, cost analysis, you can create cost alerts, budgets, and that's advisor recommendation. All right, it's advisor recommendation. So you don't have this clouding anymore. Okay, it's more of using this advisor recommendation. This is actually from your Azure advisor. Okay, and of course, right now it's not able to advise me anything. All right, subscription disable. This is it's not able to actually get this information because it's disabled by my subscription, by your subscription as well. All right, you're using the promo code, the promo subscription, the Azure Pass. All right, but if you want to have a look into how much we have left in our current subscription, all right, so you can go to this site. Okay, you probably need to log in based onto the account, the Microsoft account they're using for this tenant. Okay, and we can go to this site to check out how much have left in our credits. Let me check my balance over here. It's like a few weeks onto this. Could be a lot. Huh? It's not active. That's still one. All right. Huh? No. Oh yes, yes. Let me. Oh, this is I got the wrong one. Sorry. Just log in again. 042021. Oh, okay. Right. I get a few AZ Fiber classes running. Just bring out AZ Fiber. There you go. Okay, let me just use this 24th. All right. This was a previous AZ303 class. Sign up from here. Sign in. Okay, so this is pretty new. Okay, so this is still active. All right, so I've used $9. Yay. All right, so I've used $9 and I'm going to look into my usage. Okay, so we used to be able to see that. Okay, you used to be able to see that from the portal itself. Okay, even though using the sponsored subscription, But they have really taken that on because it probably didn't make sense to them, to use that much of resource to compute that for us, since we're using the free subscription. All right, so what they did was that they have separated that out and put that in here, okay, so that you can still look into how much you've used, and you can see that even though I've not actually used a lot of credits, but yeah, firewall is usually the one on top for me. Okay, but this is just for classes. In terms of like a actual deployment, yes, yeah, still firewall sometimes. Yeah, not all the time. Yeah, in terms of deployment, but usually one of the top twos. Yeah, top two or three, something like that. Okay, so I'm just going to paste this in the chat area just for you to use if you want to have a look into how much you have left in your credit subscription. Okay. So I'm going to log in into this again, into my portal. Same login, so I've got in the wrong login over here. Let me take that off. All right, and if I look into my cost management and billing, and the cost management, all right, so it still is, we can't see anything. Okay, so even if you configure it, okay, can't do much. They have disabled disabled this onto our subscription. All right. So you even got to see previously, you got to see the invoice from the invoice is basically this. Yeah. All right. But we used to be. Okay. So let's look at.
One question here. So
Oops.
can we top up
Yes.
that?
So subscription? Yeah. The sponsor subscription? No, you can't do that. No, you can't. Yeah. So I wish I could, but no, they don't allow that. Yeah. So for all free subscriptions, yeah, the one that even if you register the free one on your own, you can't top it up. All right. So it's because you can register a free trial, and that will give you like $200, $200 for you to play around with. And once it's done, it's done. You can't actually top it up. So you can only top up onto the prepaid subscriptions like the volume license, the open licenses. The pay-as-you-go is you don't top up, but instead it's based on consumption basis. You just pay the bill by the end of the month. Basically, it will just charge onto your credit card. Yeah, you're gonna have a credit card, so you're gonna charge onto your credit card. All right. Okay, shall we take a short break? Now it's 10 o'clock. Let's take a short break. Let's take a 20 minutes break. Then I'm gonna come back and we'll look into the next topic, shall we? All right, welcome back. Yes, so for the question, how long does the free voucher will last you guys? I'm not too sure, honestly. I've not received any free vouchers before from Microsoft. I'm not eligible for that, unfortunately. So you guys are very, very lucky, actually. But I do get discounted vouchers. So it's kind of like an incentive or encouragement for us to keep on taking exams, to keep ourselves updated with the latest technology. Yeah, but no free vouchers for my son. So I'm really not too sure. I'm not too sure how long. I've heard like a few months. Yeah.
We've got a separate email for 303 after the 303 session, so not sure if you were meant to get one as well.
No, I'm not. I'm never meant to get one. Put it that way.
Oh no. Biz mentioned that he didn't receive one for 303. I'm just saying that I did.
Ah, right.
Yeah. So don't know. I'm pretty sure a lot of us did receive one.
Yeah, I received mine as well.
Mm-hmm.
Might be worthwhile checking the junk email box.
Yeah. And there were times where there are some other participants from other classes asking if you could use this voucher for other exams. I believe so. You could, yeah, because it's not tied onto the exam code. You just have to put in the exam voucher, the exam voucher code for the exam that you want to take. So during the time when you're registering for it, you just got to put in the exam voucher code. So it could be used for other exams too, I believe. Okay, so let's look into the next chapter, design and application architecture. All right, so this is more for developers again, for those who are in the DevOps. Okay, this will be good for them. There's more of an understanding onto the concepts and the processes happening. Oh, have a look at it. The candle is offer expiring in 5 days. Oh, cool. So you've got to tick that exam fast. Oh no, this is on your usage. I see. I thought that would be your voucher. Okay, yeah. Okay. Let's try another one. Yeah, as what
Then
Yeah,
I go to the portal to schedule an exam. It says expires on 30th of June.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when did you redeem the voucher?
I just started to redeem, just to check when it expires. I started the process. I
Right.
got the email on 28th May. So I
Right.
think 1 month's time is the mark.
Yeah,
Looks
yeah.
yeah.
1 month. Okay. Yeah. So you got to get yourself prepared within that month to utilize the voucher.
Yeah, I think we can schedule it ahead. So just have to reclaim it.
That is
right.
what
That's
what
my
I'll
experience as well.
Yeah, that's what I normally would suggest you guys to do. Just schedule the exam ahead and just work towards that date. So it gives you a goal to achieve. Because all the time, a lot of people, they try to take exams. Say, we'll do it tomorrow and do it next time. And that next time will never come. It happens to me sometimes as well. At times when I'm really busy. In fact, even throughout this entire pandemic session over here, so it's like non-stop, in terms of like classes and projects and stuff. So it's even busier on before the pandemic season. So yeah, you gotta give yourself a goal. Yeah, so just schedule it ahead of time. So give yourself the objective, that goal that you want to achieve. Then you work towards that date. Okay, so let's look into the next one. Okay, which is to recommend event-based cloud automation on Azure. All right, so there are a few scenarios. Okay, a few scenarios over here, like the cloud automation. So there are a lot of things that we can do for automation, right? So first of all, like scenario like cost center tagging. All right, cost center tagging. So I mentioned earlier on is that in many environments, they would want to have tagging as a mandatory thing, so they put in a policy. All right, so this implementation tracks the cost centers of each Azure cost. All right, so you have like the Azure policy service tax new resources in a group with a default cost center ID. All right, then you use the event grid resource creation events and then calls an Azure function. You don't have to use that too if you actually, basically we're looking into event grid later on as in to monitor onto things which are happening. All right, we can use Azure Monitor to do that itself. Okay, but Azure Monitor itself is just receiving information, and most of the time we use the alerting portion. All right, but the alerting portion is basically like first it has to send you a notification, then it comes together with an action group. All right, the action group portion is that part that you can configure some sort of automation, do some runbooks, for example, right, or to go into some webhooks or things like that, right? So you have send it over to ITSM, right? So if you don't want to like go through that part where okay, first notify, then do the action group, right? You want to put in an event grid, and usually developers would like to use that, to monitor onto what is actually happening. Okay, so that's what the event grid is for. Okay, so basically it's just like your Azure Alert, okay, but without specifying to create notification first. Okay, so then you delete, the function interacts with Azure Active Directory and validates the cost center ID for new resource. Okay, and if different, it updates the tag and sends out an email to the resource owner. All right, so this is one type of scenario in terms of like cost center tagging. Basically, I need to tag stuff. I need to ensure all my resources are being tagged. All right. Now another scenario like throttling response. Okay, so this is like for the Cosmos DB. So as we know that Cosmos DB itself, you could scale out. You can throttle your database deployments, okay, into different regions. To scale out so that it can provide that particular performance of database performance for a solution for the application and for the application is that you're providing to that particular region. Okay, so that's what Cosmos DB is for. All right, so then you actually have, so how you can deploy that, for example, use the Azure Monitor alerts triggered when data access requests to Cosmos DB exceed the capacity. All right, so exceed the capacity, okay, I'm going to throttle that out, I'm going to scale that out. All right, so the monitor then used the action group to call automation function. All right, so you can see that Azure Monitor is used over here. Okay, and the function scales the RUs, the request units, okay, which is onto the Cosmos DB's capacity threshold that has been called to a higher value, to increase the capacity and then turn stoppings, and in turn stopping the alerts. All right, so you use the Azure Monitor for this instead of using the event grid. All right, so this one basically using event grid will give you that a little bit more option, granularity. All right, it gives you more what they call this. Well, basically gives you that feature, to do everything from scratch. All right, how you want to be alerted, for example, or what kind of things to trigger later on. Receive the information, do something else, not just about notifying people all the time first. But if you do the Azure Monitor and use the alert method. Okay, using the Azure Monitor's alert, you first have to do the notification. All right, then the action. All right. So patterns in event-based automation. All right. So for example, like respond to events and resources. So you want to respond to events such as an Azure, probably an Azure resource group is being created, okay, or probably being deleted, okay, or probably being changed or modified. All right. So you want to have, let's say, something to look into if this is actually happening. All right, any resources or the resource group that is being modified or being created, anything like that. So you can use event grid. We know that we can use alert. I've shown you actually how to use the alert to check onto if any cases here, in any cases, any sort of resource group has been deleted, please alert us or notify us. So you can use event grid for that as well. So you can just skip over the alert and just trigger for something to happen. All right. You can use scheduled tasks, all right, scheduled tasks for automation. All right, so these are quite typical. All right, so in many day-to-day or maintenance tasks, we use the most of the time is timer triggered because schedule, right, is time triggered. Okay, so timer triggered functions can be applied onto it. Process Azure alerts. All right, so it leverages onto the Azure Monitor alerts and action groups with Azure Functions. Yeah, because again, in your Azure Monitor, in your action groups itself, after the notification under the action portion, you can send over to a logic app. You can actually send over to a function, okay, to do further things. All right, or you can orchestrate with external systems. Okay, so this part enables with external systems, we are using logic apps, to orchestrate the workflow. All right, so for example, you have external applications that you want to launch. Like for example, you create a logic app, okay, and the logic app then calls out your Outlook, for example, or it calls out your Edge, okay, or calls out a third-party application whatsoever. All right, so the logic app is basically a flow that what you want it to do if the trigger has been, if a trigger is called, okay, or a trigger has happened. Okay, the event trigger has happened. Now, this is the action I'm going to do. That's what you do onto Logic App. All right, so there's a workflow that you configure in order to get that event to happen. Okay, so expose as a webhook or API. All right, so this is using the automation task in Azure Functions that can be triggered into third-party applications or even command line tools, probably, by exposing the function as a webhook API using the HTTP trigger. All right, then you have chat ops interface. Yeah, so you want to develop a chat-based interface, a chat interface, for example. And this is a chat-based operation interface and run development and operations functions and command lines in with human collaboration. All right, so these are some of the events examples. Yeah, so some architectures that you want to put in use, okay, which is part of the building block in terms of this automation. Yes, you can use function, but not all the time you want to use function because developers will use functions more than the non-developer guys. All right, so use function, which is, there are a lot of functions available. And one of the reasons why we use function is because instead of writing your own function, if you're a developer, these functions are already developed for you. They are already tried and tested. You don't have to worry about there are any bugs in between and it's actually not functioning well. And so these are all tested by not just Azure, by many other developers as well. They've been using it and they know that it's actually working. So it's actually now being hosted in Azure. So just call it out and just use it in your application. So when you call it, you want to use functions, to do some sort of alerts. Now, logic apps, these are much simpler. They're actually functions, but they are standalone. Yeah, they are not integrated into your application you're building. All right, so they are standalone by itself. Okay, so it is a function basically. Okay, but like I said, it's actually like some events that leads to another events. Okay, it's standalone. Right, so it performs much simpler tasks. Okay, if you kind of think about it, it's like your Azure Alert is more like your Logic Apps. It's actually like a Logic App itself. It's just that Logic Apps allows you to have more configurability. You can configure more stuff inside. Yeah, Alert is more like fixed. First alert as what it says, notify, then do something else. All right, for this, you can do a lot of things. You don't have to go through the notification. First, you want to say, okay, run this particular application, then do this action and do that action. You can do multiple actions at the same time, so it gives you that flexibility over that. And the event grid, okay, the event grid over here, this is to collect events, okay, to collect information. All right, so the event grid, then you have the monitor. Okay, the monitor is, well, that's the base of it. All right, that's where it's looking into all the resources, okay, and taking information in terms of like the logs and also the metric. All right, and then the automation action. Okay, so the automation action is where you create runbooks from here. All right, so automation action is also used a lot in many other services we see in Azure. Yeah, for example, like in Sentinel, one of the places that we see in Sentinel. All right, so automation action, you have these runbooks, like these workbooks, for example. Okay, and of course, yes, there are runbooks as well. Okay, so there are runbooks in Sentinel as well. So you can actually, basically, they are part of this automation action. Okay, which runs one process after the other process. They're scripts basically written inside. All right, so this is another option example. Yeah, let's say, for example, to create resiliency. So this is good for developers again. All right, so to create resiliency between their functions, their applications. Yeah, so where do we place those components that we saw? All right, for example, okay, so we have this function, all right, two functions that are being called. So there's an event trigger that event call onto HTTP. All right, so it's one of your web apps. and your API is over there. So a trigger has been, something has triggered an event to happen, right? Then it calls the function. So the function is supposed to interact with this function, for example. Okay, this function is supposed to call this function, but because there are so many traffic coming in, all right, tons of traffic coming in, tons and tons of traffic. So it becomes that this function needs to actually, well, process all this traffic. Else, it's going to be a request timeout, or it doesn't have any response and stuff like that, right? It's more like a DOS attack. Okay, so what happens over here? You want to put a event queue in between. Okay, a service bus. Okay, basically you can think of it as like your storage queue. Okay, so in the storage account you can create a queue. All right, this is where you put in the queue. All right, so the queue now is going to have it's like a buffer in between. All right, so that it's receiving that, it's actually receiving that request. Okay, but it's not able to process it right now, or it's processing in between. So put a buffer in between. Okay, so that it regulates that. Okay, so it doesn't time out, okay, or it's not overwhelming to call when it's calling the next function. All right, so it doesn't clock that grid basically. All right, so security. Okay, so in terms of like developers again, okay, so you want to restrict access to HTTP triggered function. Okay, restrict access so that you want to have some sort of authorization before, or some sort of verification authorization before you could process that trigger. Okay, for example, so you want to put in the function name. Okay, so you have your app name. Okay, your web app over here. So you have an app name. Okay, then the API, they specify the function name at the back. All right. So before it calls the function, you want to make sure that you have this authorization level. Can you actually run this function? All right, it's not everyone is. Else, if everyone's going to run this function, again, it's going to, number one, security issue. Okay, it's going to generate a lot of requests, a lot of traffic. Okay, and then again, I've got to do something else in the backend in order to, like this. What's that thing? I'm going to do something like this in order to solve the problem. Then it's going to add additional tasks for me. All right, so in this case, you would authorize who can run that. Okay, so then control function access. Yeah, manage identities. All right, so one of the things is that in authorization, okay, you want to allow who can run this by specifying who are the users. Okay, so we call this manage identity. So for example, like a service principal, like your user accounts, right? User accounts, when you assign an RBAC role to it, okay, we assign it to user accounts, you can assign it to groups. Okay, in a way, we call those manage identities. Okay, but actually, when you look at manage identities itself, it's basically an object that is identified by the identity provider. All right, and who's the identity provider in this case? Azure AD. All right, so by default, when we actually have these user accounts, for example, right, user accounts, they have an identity. It's like that big string of those alphanumeric numbers, right? So everyone has an ID. Okay, so it's already known by this. Okay, it's already known by the identity provider. Your groups, when you create that, okay, it's really known. It's like there's a unique identifier for it. Okay, so there's a UID for it, right? So it's really known by the identity provider. But what if, let's say, there's a specific service, let's say, for example, a specific resource, okay, it's supposed to call that function out, or it's supposed to call the API out. All right, now how is it supposed to tell the identity provider that, okay, it's going to be, please look at that particular, let's say, that virtual machine. If that virtual machine is going to call that function, authorize it. But how is it supposed to identify that virtual machine? So now we've got to ensure that this virtual machine is identified. Okay, so we make it as an we make it identified by the Azure Active Directory. So we call that manage identities. Okay, and you can have all resources to be identified as well. Okay, it's not just your virtual machine. You could actually have your other applications, for example. Okay, I want to have this application then to call the other web app I've actually deployed, and I want to authorize this web app to be able to do so. So we put it as a managed identity. Okay, so this is where we call managed identities for Azure Resource, simplifies how function authenticates and access the Azure resources and services. Okay, so there are two types over here. The system assigned, that's like us. Okay, system assigned. All right, so user accounts, groups. Okay, those are system assigned. User assigned, that's where you assign this particular resource. Okay, this particular resource over here to be identified as with an identity by Azure AD itself. All right. the costs, is the cost over here. So what could have, what are the parts in the automation, okay, that has cost to it? Logic apps, functions, okay, those has costs. Okay, every time the function is called, when you use this particular function, every time it's being called out, okay, that's the cost to it, cost to run it. Logic apps as well, all right, when you create a logic app, okay, this one particular logic app over here that calls another logic app over there, there is actually a cost to it. Pricing models, okay, your subscription, all right. If you're using Cosmos DB, yeah, by itself, you're creating this, there's a cost to it. When you start to scale out, you throttle it, there's a cost to it. Okay, your app service plan, all right, so that we know because it's the computing part of your application, all right, your computing nodes, yeah, your virtual machine, the storage, all right, they're all under app service plan, and that's a cost to it. The functions as mentioned, all right, so all these parts actually has cost, all right. Okay, so microservices architecture in Azure Service Fabric. So remember the first part when we talk about choosing a compute method, okay, choosing a computing method, and I've mentioned about AKS and also Service Fabric, okay, and we've seen AKS and we've actually done that before in the 303, okay, and if you look into AKS, it's basically just focusing onto deploying containers, right? You're just dealing with containers. All right, so in AKS, you can actually deploy multiple containers. You can configure the networking portion for the container as well. You can configure the storage, security, basically the entire container infrastructure. You can use AKS. Yeah, AKS is specifically for enterprise-grade multi-instance container. All right, single instance, a simple one, you use ACI for that. All right, but AKS is for like a large enterprise environment with multi-instance. So that is focusing just on that. But what about, say, for example, let's go back to the core, our virtual machines, our virtual networks by itself. Okay, I want to have, let's say, that particular infrastructure, like to put all things together. And this particular virtual machine is calling that application or calling that web app. Okay, I want it to be like automated for me. All right, kind of like automated and put into like a fabric, just like I want to deploy my Azure policy. I want to Azure policy, my RBAC roles configuration, resource group configuration, management group configuration. I want all this like in a blueprint. Okay, I want to have it into a blueprint to get it done automatically for me. All right, so in this case, do we have that? Okay, for the whole infrastructure that includes the storage services, Azure services, yeah, with containers if I could, with applications, okay, with my virtual machines, yeah. So that I want that to be integrated into one big piece like a blueprint. So this is where this Service Fabric comes in. All right, Service Fabric actually does that for us. Okay, so we can actually have this Service Fabric, okay, whereby we have the service, we create a service cluster, okay, and then we can put in, let's say, a VM over here, okay, or probably a skill set, okay, then connect it to, which is in a subnet in a VNet, okay, which is connected to some sort of resource over here, okay, which that resource is calling the other resource, which is connected to this subnet onto this skill sets. Basically, it's like a big blueprint, okay, it's like a big blueprint over here. So that's what a Service Fabric is for. It kind of like, I don't want to do this individually. I don't do this individually. I don't do this individually. All right, I want to have all this into one, integrate into one deployment and then just roll it out. All right. So it has the Service Fabric. So in this architecture, okay, in this architecture over here, so we have the Service Fabric cluster, and this is a network connected set of virtual machines in which your microservices are deployed and managed. All right, then you have the virtual machine skill sets. Okay, you can create and manage a group of identical or even load balance or even auto scale the VMs over here. Yeah, which is skill sets is meant for auto scaling basically, right? Then you have the nodes. All right, the nodes are the VMs that belongs to the Service Fabric cluster, the one that is actually running that Service Fabric service. Okay, you need to have some nodes at the back of it in order to run that service. So that's what we call the nodes. All right, so the node types represents the virtual machine skill sets that deploys the collections of nodes. So you must declare the primary node type. All right, then you have the services. What kind of services you run together with these VMs and those kind of components involved, the entire environment, what kind of services you run inside. So services like, for example, let's say some web apps, for example, maybe some storage services. Okay, what kind of service can you put inside? So it could be a stateless environment service or a stateful service. All right, then you have the Service Fabric Explorer. Okay, so this is for inspecting and managing the Service Fabric cluster. Then you have the Azure pipelines. Okay, the pipelines are for is used for your with Azure DevOps services and runs automated builds and tests and deployments. Okay, with DevOps guys. Then you have the Azure Monitor, which we know that is to collect information, metrics, and logs. And then we have the Key Vault, right? So you have applications over here. You have your services that requires to have security. You need to have certificates. You need to have keys. You need to have passwords, right? So that's where the Key Vault can come into the picture. All right. Then you have the API management. Yeah. So you want to connect to some other tools or some other application or some other resource. You need to have an API or an API gateway for that, and that's where you can have that too, right? So all this, okay, helps you to integrate all these resources, okay, into one central environment. It's not basically an environment. Basically, it's like a setup. This is like a, this is the script on how things are going to be deployed and how this is going to be connected, right? Instead of me doing it individually. All right. So that's where this service fabric comes in place. This is what the components is working inside. So in the design, yeah, so the design over here includes like, well, this discover through discovery mechanisms. So each of the service by itself is still self-contained. You just got to imagine that. You just got to take it as is right now. I'm just going to gel all of them together. But each itself is like this skill sets of VMs is still a VM. All right, it's still a VM skills. It's just that now I have a place to put all of them together for deployment purposes. All right, but when they're deployed, there's still a individual VM. All right. Auto scaling management are still based onto that particular application or that particular VM, which is dealing with the scaling, right? Application is a collection of microservices, for example. Yeah, anything which is running on PaaS, your functions are microservices. Yeah, your logic apps are microservices. All right, anything got to do with a PaaS environment. Okay, that's microservices. All right, an API, okay, API gateway, that's to receive is to make a connection, okay, to other microservices, for example. Let's say I have, this function, but needs to call that particular third-party app, or probably this other functions. I need to have a way to talk to it. All right, so that's where the API gateway comes in. All right, so inner service communication. Yeah, so all of it will be using HTTP, HTTPS basically, but internally all using HTTP. All right, so from one service calling another service whatsoever, they're all going through HTTP. All right, so the service discovery over here, which is inbuilt in your service fabric, okay, this guy over here, the service discovery, knows which services are now in the fabric, okay, so that they can communicate with. So there's actually a proxy, okay, that allows that service to call the other service. All right, so the proxy over here is to make that connection to actually send or relay that communication from one service to another service. All right. Okay, so designing APIs from microservices. Okay, so you have two types of APIs. You have the public APIs, you have the backend APIs. All right, so the public APIs are receiving those requests coming from the end user. Okay, so the client call, application call. All right, so that's the public API. The backends are the ones that is actually calling out to other services at the back. Yeah, for example, like I have, let's say, an web app, for example. So we as users are interfacing with the web app. The clients are the users are interfacing with the front end. Okay, so we are sending a HTTP request through the REST API, right? But at the back end, it needs to communicate with the SQL. All right, for example, it needs to communicate with the SQL. And how does this web app communicate with the SQL? Well, it goes through HTTP again. All right, sends over through HTTP, communicate with that through HTTP. All right, so everything goes through HTTP in that case. All right, so that's where HTTP is also being used. Now, further considerations, yeah, so there are certain trade-offs, okay, between REST style and also RPC style. So most of our cloud environment, most of our web environment, we're all using the REST style interface. All right, whereas RPC style is like, is on-prem, in on-domain or domain environment, for example. So example, like using Exchange, right? Your Outlook is communicating with the Exchange server using RPC, in RPC call. Okay, so it's based onto operations or commands, basically. All right. So, but REST uses this HTTP verbs, so HTTP vocabulary. Okay, so get, puts, set, and stuff like that through the HTTP commands. All right. So most common choices is REST over HTTP using JSON for RESTful interface. All right. So for this, for example, RPC style interface. Okay, for Apache Avro, gRPC, Apache Thrift, or even in Windows, most of the Windows applications which installed locally on machines are using RPC. RPC style is more of a command-based thing. All right. Okay, so over here, there'll be 3 labs. Okay, having to understand that, I think there's 3 labs. 1, 2, 2 labs. Okay, so the first lab over here will be Azure Logic Apps integration with Azure Event Grid. Okay, so that's the first lab we're going to do. The second lab we're going to do is to implement Azure SQL database-based application. All right, so here we're going to look into creating a logic app. Okay, so basically it's going to create, well, once you're done with this, you'll find that, oh, I'm actually creating an Azure alert. So, oh yeah, it's going to be, yeah, you're going to use that logic app to you have an event grid over there to look into the events which is happening and to receive a trigger. Okay, and it triggers this logic app to send notification. But at the end of this, oh, I could actually use this with Azure Alert, right? Yeah, yes, you can use it with Azure Alert, but basically right now you're creating from scratch. Okay, so we might not want to use notification to email and things like that. You probably want to do something else, yeah. But this kind of tells you that you can create things from scratch. All right, so over here it's where you're going to do that. Okay. Then the next one will be your SQL database-based applications. All right, to run with your Azure SQL database. All right, so let's look into this. This is going to be your last lab, basically. Where's my console? Over here. Okay, so the last lab over here, which is the implement Azure Logic Apps integration with Azure Event Grid. Okay, I'm going to launch this one. Yeah.
Sorry, Ivan, the second lab you mentioned about the SQL database, wasn't that already covered in module 6? I mean, the one above, right? That's already been done.
Oh, yeah.
So we have one official lab
one.
and challenge
just
labs.
One.
Yeah. Okay.
Just one, correct. Yes. Thank you. Pasted the wrong one in. Guys, for those who want to go for lunch, you can go for lunch and we'll be back by 1:10 1:10 p.m. All right, so welcome back, and we're on the next session. We're looking into the next session right now, the last topic for today. Okay, so I've seen that. Right. Okay, so Shaswat was able to do it. That's great. Yeah, so you got that triggered and sent you an email. Finally. Okay, so we look into the last topic, and this is on to design security for applications. Okay, and this over here will be more of a design. This is again for the developers. Developers, when they're actually designing their what do you call this? They're developing their application, and what sort of design that they should take or approach they should take when they they actually developing their apps. All right, so let's look into this one. So it's a little bit more of the DevOps guys. Right, so it's not onto how to do your programming and stuff like that. It's not really onto developing itself, but more of the concepts of methodologies on applying that security approach. Okay, so looking to security applications for services and recommending solution using Key Vault, and also solutions using Azure AD managed identities. All right, so security for applications and services. All right, so there are three. There's three methods over here: legacy, modern, and hybrid application models. All right, so the legacy type, okay, the legacy application models are where applications are hosted on the infrastructure itself. Okay, things like even consider as when your virtual machine, you just host it specifically onto virtual machine, or physical, or anything that typically include all dependencies, including your OS, your middleware, or any other components. That's considered as legacy. So you've got to maintain all those components required, yeah, for your application. All right, then you have the modern. The modern is more towards the platform as a service. All right, so you're leveraging onto the cloud services, you're leveraging onto the cloud's strength in order for you to actually, when you actually deploy or when you want to develop your application. So you don't have to worry about, let's say, the operating systems, okay, or the probably the runtime, okay, we can call it serverless environment. Okay, so you basically call it serverless environment. So that's more of a modern environment. Okay, so a modern type of application model. Then we have the hybrid, of course, we take both sides. Okay, so where applications can take many forms. Okay, most common is that some people call it the IaaS plus. Okay, so it's still a bit of infrastructure, still a bit of legacy, but you still make use of additional things from the modern side, from the PaaS environment. Right, so maybe you want to deploy a virtual machine. Plus, at the same time, you want to use Azure SQL, you're going to use Azure DNS, you're going to use probably the Azure Active Directory, all right? Run some logic apps, for example, which is not in your VM, but you still need to have a VM to do something else. Yeah, so you want to have all these components together. That's called a hybrid, all right? Oh, okay, so I see a question from Shaswat. So anyone has completed AZ104? Yeah, okay. So if anyone could help Shaswat or provide Shaswat whatever links that you guys have used in order to help you guys on your practice questions, I could only suggest you to use MeasureUp, yeah, since this is a Microsoft official class sponsored by Microsoft. So yeah, okay. All right, so identify the business critical and classify business critical applications. Yeah, so business critical data. Yeah, so what is this? Yeah, applications. These are actually applications that process or store information, which could cause significant negative business or mission impact if an assurance of confidentiality or integrity or even availability is lost. All right, so in this case, these are called mission critical data. You can't have any downtime or at least very minimum downtime. Okay, because if it is not available, it's going to be a very big negative. It's going to have a very negative impact onto the business, not just onto your revenue, but sometimes onto even your image as well. All right, so that's business critical data. Regulated data, these are applications that handle monetary instruments and sensitive personal information regulated by standards. For example, like any services that deals with, let's say, credit cards, for example, or transactions, money. All right. So when you have a payment gateway, but you're going to make sure that this payment gateway, it's handling the transactions correctly, is dealing with the credit cards information or anything going to do with your money information correctly. Okay, so it has to follow certain standards for that. And then you have the business critical availability, which are applications where the functionality is critical to any organization business mission, such as production line generating revenue, or devices or services critical to life and safety, and many other critical functions in that case. All right. Then we have the significant access, which is applications which have access to systems with high potential impact, which through technical means such as stored credentials and permissions. All right, so those are the kind of critical components there. So we use the cloud services instead of custom implementation as much as we could. All right, so as many times as that, it's always recommended. Right, so if something's already being deployed, something has been proven to work, why create it on our own? Yeah, so that's the question over there. So things like identity. All right, so we try to avoid as much as we could, like, I have this application and I need to actually make sure that some sort of authentication that's going to have that requires users to use when they access that application itself. So we try to actually create any sort of our own authentication system or identity authentication system. All right, so why do that? Because it's going to be difficult to maintain one thing. All right, and maybe it's good for now, but when you update your application, then you've got to ensure that your authentication system that you have made as a customized authentication system has to be updated as well. So there are many things that needs to be involved, and could be downtime and stuff like that. So in this case, try to use things like your Azure AD. All right, or probably if you actually have it can be used together with federation services, together with say any identity providers like Microsoft accounts, like Facebook, Google. All right, so things like this. So try to use identity providers which are known to be working. All right, then the next one will be data protection. All right, so in this case, for data protection, well, developers are encouraged to use cloud providers such as native encryption, all right, and cloud service to encrypt and protect data. All right, so we want to use well-established cryptographic algorithms and do not attempt to invent your own. All right, so this is like, if anyone who deals with IPsec, who deals with IPsec, so we all use IPsec for a lot of things. For example, this is an example, right? So when we talk about IPsec, all right, so IPsec is basically just like a stack. Okay, it's actually just a stack of protocols. Okay, and it has 4 layers over there. And say, for example, the cryptographic service provider layer, the algorithm over there. Now, it's not confined. It's not actually it's not fixed to just one type of algorithm. All right. It's, for example, like TCP/IP. When you talk about the IP layer, right? We're talking about the IP address, the IP protocol. Can we use any other routed protocol? Not routing protocol, right? Routed protocol? No, it's just IP. We're talking about IP. Yes, IP protocol. So is fixed. But when you talk about IPsec, all right, so basically you can use any you can use any algorithms. All right, you can use DES, you can use triple DES, you can use AES, you can use RSA, you can use anything. If you want to use your own, you have created your own algorithm for cryptography. Well, as long as both sides understands it, well, go ahead. Okay, but the thing is that how stable is that algorithm? All right, so how sure is that safe? Okay, number one, how safe is it? How stable is it? Okay, so if it's really tested many times and it's a foolproof thingy, okay, well, it's really good to use, well, go ahead, but who knows? All right, and in terms of like compatibility, all right, so probably you have that algorithm, all right, probably your party have the algorithm or your counterpart have the algorithm. What about, you know, if you want to make it global, right? It's going to be difficult in that case. All right, so in this case, use something which is well established, right? Key management, all right? So we want to leverage on the key management services like the Azure Key Vault, all right? Or if you're using the AWS, which is the, if I'm not mistaken, it's called the KMS, right? The Key Management Service, right? To manage your keys and secure the keys rather than, you know, have your own, again, your own code, your own things to actually to manage the keys. You know, what if that code goes down, or if that code doesn't work, then your key goes down together with it, you know, whatever thing which is storing your key. Okay, so use something again which is well established. Okay, and then application configuration. So all right, so application configuration, you have the Azure App Configuration that provides a service to centrally manage application settings and feature flags, which helps mitigate risks. All right, so you have application configuration services to do that for you. All right, so try to use as much as possible. You leverage onto the cloud. Yeah, that's why the cloud is there. All right, so things that where you have to create the logic for your application, that part, okay, then you may develop that, okay, but anything else, okay, like for example, any other things like the authentication system, storages, in terms like database services, they're all there. Make use of those. All right. So preference for identity authentication, authentication instead of keys. Yeah. So try to use, for instance, like when you're accessing some sort of services, and it gives you an option to use keys to protect. Okay, and also to use authentication to protect, for example. Yeah. We would choose to use authentication services rather than cryptographic keys instead. Now, take for example, like the storage, right? So we have our storage, the blobs, for example. We can access the blobs using keys, okay? So we created SAS, okay, an SAS token, right? Shared access service. So in that token, we set the permission settings, all right? So the permission settings could be anything, could be read, write, you know, you can edit and stuff like that, all right? So you can select the settings, and then we assign that token together with the URL, and then we give that URL to anyone who wants to access that storage. All right, so anytime they access the storage, they use the URL, they have access to it. Good for you. But here's the thing: when that particular user is accessing the storage using the key, yes, that person actually has that permission. But how would he know is that now the key is actually at the correct person's hands? Is that the same person that I handed down the key to, or is it now a different person? Okay, so in this case, it's going to be quite difficult for me to verify this, because there's no way when you use the key, when you use SAS token, in order to verify the user. Okay, so in this case, I would prefer to know that if this is the correct user. Okay, if this is the correct user or not, who's actually accessing the storage. In this case, we're talking about storage. Yeah, so we would rather use the identity authentication method, right? Even though the other one is also an option. All right, because first thing first, okay, is that I get to verify the exact user who's accessing the info. From having the managed identities in this case, I can also configure permission settings. All right, and by default, when transactions of information in the public network, for example, they are going through HTTPS anyway. All right, they are going through HTTPS by default. Okay, so in transit, okay, it already is going through the TLS. Okay, so in this case, I already have some sort of protection in that case. So right now, I just want to make sure that is this the correct person. All right, so that is the reason why. But it doesn't mean that that is always true. It's just that preference is towards that area. Okay. So bottom-up approach to reduce security bug volume and impact. What does that mean? So let's say, for example, you want to test whether that application has any security bugs over there. So rather than that, from top down, which means that we scrape, we will try to comb down from the design. Then after that, from the coding part, okay, and from top to bottom, right down to the finished product. Okay, so we try to go from bottom up in this case when you want to test it. So we test it onto, okay, let's take it from the user point of view. I'm going to log in. I'm going to go in and check the application, use it, and see which part actually has the problem. Okay, so that's where we talk about. That's where we this bottom-up approach is. Yeah, bottom-up approach. So you test it from using it yourself and see where you had problems. Okay, probably this application or sorry, probably this function over there doesn't give you the correct results and things like that. Okay, so we try to troubleshoot from that. We try to debug from that. Okay, so applications have logic errors maybe. Yeah, so try to discover that by using it. Yeah, from using it on your own or probably from the user perspective. All right. Then top-down approach, okay, through threat modeling. In this case, when you use top-down approach, right? So when you are trying to apply threat modeling, okay, you prioritize the risk by applying threat modeling first to business critical applications that would have outsized impact on the business if compromised. Okay, so that's when you're trying to model out the application, you're trying to design the application, and that's where the top-down approach comes in. Okay, so then you progressively evaluate the application design, right? Where we start with the architecture level design and progressively check and increase the details, yeah, down to system level design, which includes application and how they interact with each other components, then onto the application level, which includes components of the application and how they interact with each other, and then down to the component level, where how the individual components compose and how each element of it interacts with each other. All right, then we align with development lifecycle. Okay, so we optimize the efforts by align modeling activities with application development lifecycles, for example, like using the waterfall lifecycle or DevOps lifecycle or even legacy application lifecycles. All right, so recommended solution using Key Vault. So where do we use the Key Vault? So we use Key Vaults in many places, right? We use Key Vaults with your, you can use it with your VM, you can use it with your application, you can use it with the storage. All right, so because Key Vault, remember, there are 3 things that you can do together with it. You can create certificates, you can create keys, you can create passwords. All right, so the keys, you can upload your own key or you can use the key generated by the platform, in this case, Azure. You can create passwords over there, okay, or you can actually upload your own password, right, manually, and then you have the certificates as well. You can import certificates or you can generate certificate from the Key Vault. All right, so using Key Vault kind of control how these keys are being distributed, okay, and it's a place where you store it so you don't lose it, just like your key box at home, right? You put all the keys there, so you know that anytime you look for the keys, go down and look for it. All right, so anyone who accesses the Key Vault will also be logged. All right, any access to the Key Vault is logged. Whatever is done on the Key Vault is logged. It can be audited. All right, so the vaults kind of reduce accidental loss of security information by keeping it centralized. All right, then the keys in the Key Vault, such as like cryptographic keys, these are assets that you need to actually keep, ensure that they are actually kept safe. Yeah, so there are 2 variations of keys over here. Okay, in the Key Vault, there's hardware protected keys and software protected keys. All right, so hardware protected keys, for example, like the HSM keys. All right, HSM keys. Okay, these are keys where we use together with things like, if you want to use it together with a BitLocker kind of stuff. All right, so these are hardware protected. All right. Okay, so Key Vault authentication and authorization. All right, so you have to make sure that only the authorized person are able to access Key Vault. All right, so the Azure Key Vault uses Active Directory. to authenticate users and applications. So authentication is performed by Azure Active Directory tenant of the subscription to that Key Vault. Yeah, it's part of it already. Yeah, and if let's say, for example, I have an application that needs to access the Key Vault, then what do I need to do with the application? I got to make it as a managed identity. All right, so then when the application accesses the Key Vault to use keys over there, or probably to use secrets or certificates, for example, then the application is allowed to access the Key Vault. All right, so that's where we talk about authentication and by using managed services, managed identity, sorry. Authorization, yeah, so this is where who can manage the keys or who can manage the Key Vault itself. Okay, so this is where you want to set your RBAC roles. Yeah, so your Key Vault is also one of the services. Go to the RBAC roles configuration, and who is able to come into the Key Vault to handle the keys, handle the secrets, handles the Key Vault itself. All right. Reading and writing data into Key Vault. All right, so this will use a separate Key Vault access policy. All right, so the access policy is access policy. Just recall, it's actually a permission set assigned to a user or managed identity to read, write, or delete secrets and keys. Okay, and you want to restrict network access, yeah, because the Key Vault can be accessed through your networks. Okay, you can attach it to your virtual networks, you can attach it into your well, basically virtual networks. Yeah, so applications or resources in the virtual network can then access the Key Vault through there. All right, so you probably want to restrict access that only specific network access is required or only specific networks is allowed, so that you can create and control the flow of traffic going into the Key Vault itself. All right, so for example, yeah, you go over to your Key Vault and you specify a specific virtual network that is allowed to access that Key Vault. All right, so only specific addresses probably, in fact, okay, it's allowed to access the Key Vault. All right. So the Key Vault availability and redundancy. So the Key Vault by itself has multiple layers of redundancy. Now this is to make sure that your keys are secret. So this is actually being handled by Azure, so you don't have to worry about that. So this is really to make sure that your keys and secrets remain available if apps if components of the services fail. All right, so it's all has its multiple layers of redundancy over there. So the contents of the Key Vault are replicated within the region. So within the region and to secondary region, at least 150 miles away, depending on where you're at. Okay, so some of it is beyond 150 miles away. Okay, so they're going to make sure that they actually have a secondary copy somewhere else in case that the primary actually fails. All right, again, this is all handled by Azure. All right, so you don't have to worry about, oh, I've got to create my own replication of the keys and stuff like that. You don't have to do that. So components within the Key Vault service fail, what's going to happen? Alternate components within the region will step in. Yeah, and this is to make sure that it's always there for you to use. Yeah, so there's no degradation in functionality whatsoever. You don't have to like manually fail over. Let's say, for example, your application needs to use keys over here, or probably using the certificate from this Key Vault, and all of a sudden the Key Vault actually failed for whatever reason. All right, do we need to actually do a manual failover? Nah, don't worry about that. All right, Azure is going to handle that for you. Okay. So recommend solutions using Azure AD managed identities. All right, so here we're looking to manage identities. It's actually a way of how your Azure AD identifies the object. Yeah, so as ourselves, we actually have our user account. All right, we have groups. All right, all those we call as service principal. All right, it itself actually has an ID which is recognized by Azure AD. So as I mentioned earlier on, is that sometimes you are using some applications, and that application's component needs to access certain other resources in order to use that resource. All right, it's not us going directly to the resource to use it, it's the application. So we can configure the application to have a managed identity. So just make it visible to Azure AD, okay, so that it has an ID. All right, so you can assign a permission onto it. All right, so the client ID, for example, is a unique identifier which is generated by Azure AD, and that is tied to the application and service principal during its initial provisioning. All right, so that's the client ID. All right, so principal ID, and that's the object ID, which the service principal object of your managed identity that is used to grant role-based access to Azure resources. All right, so that is the principal ID. All right, then the Azure Instance Metadata Service, okay, or the IMDS. All right, so this is the REST endpoint accessible to all infrastructure as a service VMs created by Azure Resource. Yeah, for example, is that let's say I've got a VM. Okay, I've got a VM. This VM needs to access, let's say, a service from Azure. Let's say the storage. Okay, let's say the storage. Now, we know that we can connect the VM through the subnet and connect it over to the Azure storage. But do we need to specify the IP address for it? No, right? We don't have to do it. Okay, so let's say, for example, our virtual machine is located. Let me bring up my pen over here. Okay, so we have our VM over here. This is our VNet. Okay, this is a subnet, and we want to have this virtual machine to be connected, let's say, to maybe SQL or Azure SQL database, or probably the storage whatsoever. Okay, so we go to this subnet, okay, and then we create a service endpoint, right? We say connect to this particular service endpoint. Okay, but when we select that service endpoint, we don't have to specify what is the IP address of the service endpoint, what is the host name of the service endpoint. We don't have to do that. Okay, there's no need for us to configure that because that's all happening on the back end. Azure is going to do that for us. But what's really happening is that there is actually think of it as like a proxy. Okay, so a mediator, basically. All right, this guy is going to like relay that information to the services at the back, and this has an IP address of 169.254.169.254. All right, so there's an endpoint. There's a REST endpoint over here. Okay, that where our resources go through, and this guy goes to this at the back end. Okay, but again, we don't have to do anything. We just have to tell Azure that I want to connect to this guy. It's just that Azure is going to create that for us. Okay, so this one will have an IP address of 169.254.169.254. And if you recognize this IP address over here, all right, this is actually a PIPA. Okay, but again, it's not handled by us. We don't have to worry about this, even though it's using a PIPA. All right, we don't have to worry about what this is all about. Okay, this is automatic private IP address. Okay, so this is IP address of this proxy over here. Yeah, this mediator in the middle. All right, so why do we need to know this? Now, just in case sometimes, when we have instructed Azure to actually connect to this endpoint, but somehow or other, it works and sometimes it doesn't work, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work. Sometimes we just gotta ping this guy to see if this guy's actually functioning. All right, if not, we just gotta tell Azure, hey, your REST endpoint over here, it's not functioning. All right, so please do something about it. All right, yeah, we just gotta do a bit of, in this case, just for our troubleshooting purposes. All right. Okay, so how managed identities for Azure resources works. Okay, so there are two types of managed identities over here. Okay, first of all, there's the system assigned managed identity. All right, and then there's the user assigned managed identity. Okay, so the system assigned managed identity is actually enabled directly on an Azure service instance. All right, so when the identity is enabled, for example, the Azure creates an identity which is that string of what they call these alphanumeric characters. Okay, it creates a string of alphanumeric characters, and then it assigns onto that resource or probably that instance in the Azure AD tenant that's trusted by the subscription of the instance. So after the identity is created, the credentials are provisioned onto the instance, and if the instances are deleted, then Azure ultimately deletes off that credential and also that identity as well. Now, sometimes the problem here is that when we have deleted that instance, for example, deleted that user account, right? Somehow or other, that ID still remain, okay, still remain there. Okay, so we're just going to make sure that that ID is also removed. All right, so we go over to the resource, we go over to the Azure AD, okay, and do a bit of checking with that and say, oh, okay, we still have this user account that still seems to be still there. Okay, let's remove that. Okay, so then we have user assigned, and that's where
user assigned managed identity, and it's created as a standalone Azure resource. Okay, so well, for instance, it's like I mentioned just now, we have this application, we have this storage, or we have these things that we have created ourselves. We want to give it an ID. We want to so-called make it available or visible to Azure AD. This is what we do. Yeah. So Azure will then create an identity for the Azure AD tenant that's trusted by the subscription in use. So after the identity is created, the identity then is assigned to that particular instance that we have requested for. All right. So that's the difference between both. So basically to say, system assigned is just like our user account, our groups. Okay, those are system assigned. Manage the user assigned. Okay, that's like your applications or resources that you want it to have some sort of identification, so that later on you can use it together with your RBAC or some sort of permission settings. All right. So this is some of the examples. Okay, system assigned managed identity with an Azure VMs. All right, so this is the flow. You enable the, first of all, the Azure Manager, Azure Resource Manager receives a request to enable a system assigned managed identity for VM. Then it comes down to number 2 over here. The Azure Resource Manager then creates a service principal to the Azure AD for the Azure instance metadata service identity endpoint with the created a Azure AD tenant that's trusted by the subscription. Then number 3 is where it updates the IMDS, okay, with the new managed identity. All right. Then number 4, it grants the managed identity access, okay, to the resource, and then we can use it together with the RBAC. All right. Then after that, token is received. When that resource tries to access that application or trying to access whatever other resource that is given the permission to do so, it's gonna request that token from Azure AD, and then it's gonna look into the permission whether it's granting that access or not. All right. So first of all, yeah, we got to assign that ID, or in this case, system assigns that. Well, that application or that particular object has been given some ID over there. All right, so basically to say, and let me just put it up in this way. Let's say, for example, oops, we put it in a different flowchart. Okay, so let's say, for example, this is, all right, so we have an ID. All right, we have an ID. So this ID is assigned to us by Azure AD. All right, so we want to access, let's say, this guy, this VM, or this app, okay, or whatever resource, okay. And remember that each of these resource, okay, we can configure RBAC. All right, okay, so we have this already. So we created the user account. We are using now this user account to access this resource. Now, when it comes down to when to access the resource, if we have assigned an RBAC, this resource will then check. Let me see a token. All right, I'm going to authenticate you. All right, let me see a token. So we don't have to really type in user and password, basically. It's just that when we're going to access the resource to do configuration and whatnot in Azure Portal, for example, it says, I'm going to have a look into your token. So then you can refer that token to Azure AD to see, oh, this guy is valid. Okay, let me see what kind of permission you have provided. Oh, you're given that a contributor. All right, you're given a contributor. Okay, so yes, come in over here and use me with contributor services or contributor access. Just like just now when you guys are creating the Logic app, for example, right? So you need to actually, you place that Logic app in a resource group, right? And in that resource group, you specify that, you have a reader role, or you have a contributor role, or you have the owner role, right? So if you're given the reader role, but because remember that resource resetting in that resource group, that resource will then inherit the setting from the resource group. Right, and you're having that reader role, and you can't do anything about it. All right, so you can read, but you can't do any modification. All right, just in that resource for that is residing in that resource group. All right, so but then you change that role into something that has permission to do modification to it. Then you're allowed to do it for that resource itself. Okay, in that resource group. All right, so this is what it is. Okay, so this is how it does. So it does do a run through some sort of authentication and verification and authorization when we access resources. Okay, within Azure AD itself or within Azure environment itself. Okay, so that is where we try to use as much as possible managed identities. All right, that's the reason why. Okay, and also when accessing things like storages as well, rather than using keys. Okay, so over here, that's that overview. Okay, and that's the end of it. There's no lab for this. All right, there's no lab for this. Okay, so are there any questions that you have in mind? All right, so here's the summary. So we've touched on to a lot of stuff. Okay, we've touched on from a design, compute, solution, network solution, migration, all these design topics over here, right down to governance, and then data integration, backup, high availability, right down to the last topic for today, which is more for the DevOps environment. Okay, more of the DevOps portion over that. Okay, so as an architect, you need to have knowledge in all these portions. As I mentioned earlier on, is that you don't have to be an architect. You don't have to be like, oh, I've got to be an expert as a DevOps guy, or I've got to be an expert in database, for example. Yeah, not necessary. Okay, not necessary. Right. So your part is to understand how to integrate all this together. All right. So you need to know the logic which is happening behind it. All right. So for instance, like I come from the network environment, I come from the systems deployment, more of the infra guy. All right, even though back in the days, very, very long time ago, in my graduate program, I was actually a trained programmer supposedly, but I've never actually used that skill set, unfortunately, for more than 20 years. So started off my career onto infrastructure. So I'm more in tune in that. Okay, but understanding the logic behind helps to actually provide an insight when you try to integrate all this together. Because remember, you're not working alone. Okay, you'll be working together with a team of people. All right, you'll have people from the database environment. You have the people from the compliance department. You have the people from the development department, the DevOps guys. All right, but your part is to gel all of them together. All right, and you need to understand the logic behind over here. All right, so having that foundation, okay, the foundation knowledge is very, very important. Right, so when you have seen all this being worked together, okay, how does it work at the back end? Then you know how to get your guys, you as well, okay, to come in to put everything together to make a better or more efficient solution. All right, so that's where this course is all about. Okay, so in the exam. All right, in the exam, there is no hands-on there. In this case, there are no hands-on. There's no parts of it as far as I can remember, or I've been, we've been told that there's no configuration. But by the time when the time I was actually taking the exam, first time on a beta exam, all right, so there weren't any configuration, this kind of stuff. But when my beta exam, when I took the 303, they were configuration. There was a bit of lab configuration there. Okay, but then it took it off after that. So for those who have taken the 303 exam, I believe that you've not seen any configuration, implementation part. Yeah, for the design, there's no implementation at all. It's more of like asking why is this like this? All right, why is that like that? All right, so that is where the design course is all about. All right, so over here, just in case that you need to have more access to hands-on labs, all right, you could always go over to microsoft.com/hands-on labs, okay, and it's going to divert you to Microsoft Learn site. Okay, it's going to divert to Microsoft Learn site, and you have access to the sandboxes over there. There's no need to provide any authentication. You don't need to have any subscription in that case. You do need to authenticate yourself using your current Microsoft account. Yeah, it's just going to do that. Okay, you can have any existing Microsoft account to do that, and you have access to the sandbox. Right, so the sandbox will be very specific to the exercise that you're trying to use. Okay, for instance, let me show you an example over here. Let me just bring this out. Is this launching? Just give me a second. Right. It's not launching. Let's bring this out. Give me a second there. So it's pretty nice to use the sandbox. Okay, instructions are all provided. Where is that guy? There. Okay, so you'll be redirected to the Microsoft Learn. This is called the Microsoft Learn site. Okay, and there are many activities and also exercises that you can use over here. All right, so over here they come together with, say for example, you want to learn how to do secure network connectivity on Azure. All right, and this is for administrator, beginner. All right, you can see the level of difficulty over there. So there are other topics that you can go into as well. So it provides some videos, some a bit of text lectures. All right. Okay, so you can see over here. And when it comes down into this portion onto the exercise, this is where I can look into the sandbox. All right. So for example, before I go into the sandbox system, if you click onto this, all right, so it gives you a bit of that lecture over here. Okay, and you're just going to read through just 5 minutes reading. All right, just 5 minutes reading. So it comes with some videos as well to explain. All right, and then when you want to do the exercise, when you reach the part where it's going to do the exercise, you click onto this. All right, and this is going to activate the sandbox. All right, so the sandbox, it could be in a command shell. All right, it could be an Azure Cloud Shell. It could be sometimes in Azure Portal. They'll provide you an Azure Portal for you to configure this exercise. All right, so here you're going to create a Linux virtual machine and install the Nginx. All right, so commands are all provided. Okay, but don't just copy and paste. Yeah, read through what you're supposed to configure. All right, you want to type it in manually yourself if you want, or you can just copy and just put it into the Cloud Shell. All right, so you'll be proficient with the Cloud Shell to do that configuration. All right, so everything is there. So it's all not that bad if you have depleted all your subscription credits. All right, so you have no more credits to use. It's not that bad. You can still come over here to use it. Okay, so but you can't do every single thing. You can only do the things that is allowed for this exercise. Okay. Yeah, for example, you read through over here, then you just copy it in. All right, then it's going to create that VM. All right, so you still have a bit of hands-on over here. Okay. All right, so yeah, over here, this is the same one. Okay, this is the same one, just that this is going to be redirected to this site. Okay, and this site over here, like I showed you just now, is that you can have additional resources, as additional text, videos. Okay, some lectures over there too. All right, so have a look into Azure Friday videos. Okay, this is in YouTube. All right, there's also a Channel 9 MSDN. All right, that is actually again in YouTube format. All right, so there are video tutorials straight away, and that is actually by some of the professionals, okay, engineers, okay, that contributed to the topics involved. All right, so those are additional learning resource. Okay, so check onto which one do I recommend to take first, 303 or 304. I'll definitely recommend you to take the 303 first. All right, take the 303 because that will give you, even though I do find actually the 303 is a little bit more intensive compared to 304, in my opinion. Yeah, because you'll need to know how to do the implementation. All right, when it comes to design, it comes down onto it's really assume that you know what's really going on at the back end. Okay, but also keep in mind is that there are certain topics in 303 which is not, there are certain topics in 304 not covered in 303. For example, like DevOps process and stuff like that. Those are not covered in 303, right? Like creating logic apps and writing functions, those kind of stuff, it's not covered in 303. Okay, Because when you look into 304, it then comes down to, oh, this is just the methodology. This is just to understand how things are going to be integrated. But you need to know at the back end, okay, of how the infrastructure is being set up. So I would totally recommend you should go for the 303 first, rather than it goes for a 304. All right, so you get your hands dirty, all right, get a lot of hands-on experience, a lot of exposure, okay, in Azure environment. Okay, then when it comes to 304, it makes a lot of sense. All right, so that's what I recommend. Okay, so if you have like Shazwat is taking his 104, all right, so yeah, if let's say because sometimes in 303 there's some assumption that you already have some hands-on experience as well. Because when you go through the topics and also the lab, okay, if you still have access to the lab, you find that it doesn't really explain a lot as in, okay, you're gonna go here and configure this, and why are you gonna configure this? You know, it doesn't explain that, because assume that you know what is that already. Okay, because as a 303, even though you can take the exam directly without going through 104 as the administrator, okay, because Microsoft will assume that you have a bit of experience of using Azure already. All right. So if this is the first time going for it, then you've got to just work doubly hard, okay, and find out what is it all about. So during the configuration and implementation, then it makes sense again. All right.
Ivan, actually, so actually, I'm just taking 104. That's, I think you said right, okay, because some practical experience I wanted. What I have also, because look, I already failed 104, so I'm again giving 104. Some of the questions actually, that's I think it's not tricky unless until you don't have practical experience, you can't answer.
In 104, you mean?
Yeah, 104.
Yeah, you need to have a lot of well, taking the course itself, if you're first time doing the course, it doesn't mean that you need to have like, you know, experience. But before going for the exam, you got to equip yourself with that number of hours logged into Azure to play around with it. You can't go empty-handed. You know, you're not going into you're never going to go into a battle with an unloaded gun, right? You got to get yourself loaded.
So there's a few questions, like actually I'll just say, okay, that very minute, okay, that you say, okay, that in the storage, okay, on the storage account when you create, you have, okay, definitely you have blob and you have file, but you have inside blob and file, you again have basically permissions to access, not to the complete storage account, but just a blob, but the same thing can be given from storage account itself. You just click, okay, and you just, they ask these kind of small questions where you can get confused, okay. So, okay. So in the file, you don't have basically signature access. When you apply basically, but when you give basically for the storage account access, you can check there, okay, that you are giving just for file or you are just giving for blob.
Yes.
These are the things actually I got. And second thing is about the availability set. Actually, look, these are the small questions which I think, okay, I did wrong. So second thing is about the availability set. Okay, they have given that how many availability set you will choose. Okay, what happened that usually by default you have been given 5 update domain and 2 fault domain.
Okay.
So they have been given, okay, that if you have 12 machines and they have given options, okay, that I can't remember at the moment, okay, that how many availability set that you will choose by default, that we don't know, okay, that okay, these minute things, unless until you have done, because we have created just 1 or 2 VM. If you'll be creating 12 VMs, then you will know how many availabilities, update domains, and how many fault domains that you can maximum reach out to.
So you do need to actually get that number of, I mean, while you do your practice, you know, as much as you can before going for the exam, because the exam nowadays, I'm not too sure if you actually will agree with me. I find the questions that are being presented, they are quite real life. It's not just a question just for the sake of asking a question, right? It's a question where it's really going to test onto your knowledge. You really test whether you understand what it's all about and how you can apply it onto the real world environment. Yeah, so it's quite a valid question when they of all questions nowadays when they ask in the exam. Yeah.
Okay, I don't know. I have my exam again on Sunday.
Yeah, good luck. Yeah,
actually, I've scheduled everything. Okay, 303, 304, and because COSA subscription is going to end of this month, so I just scheduled it. Okay, so that okay, I don't have to again hurry up first. 104, 303, and 304.
Yeah.
Let's see how it goes.
Yeah. So, so you, so Saad was actually asking, you didn't use measure up, didn't you? So what did you use actually?
Look, I have not used, honestly speaking, I have not used any of basically, that's what I thought it, okay, that what I missed is first, okay, that there are about 57 questions, so 60 questions
Yeah,
that is asked.
yeah,
So
yeah.
you should be basically in habit of reading and responding. Okay.
Yes.
So, and second thing is, okay, 3 hours, because I'm doing from the home. This is a valid experience I had, is that don't drink water, because if you will drink water in these 3 hours, okay, you have to rush. And
Right,
actually,
right.
I had an emergency, okay, and I have just controlled it for 3 hours. Okay,
Oh,
so I just started hurrying up. You can't do. And you can't mumble up, because
Right,
the
right.
people who are basically they are watching you. They will say, okay, you can't even mumble up. Okay, you
Yeah,
can't
yeah,
mumble.
sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
so there are issues, okay, that what I thought it. Look, I've given this one, the foundation one. I think it went smooth, because I think there's 35 or 40 questions in foundation, so that's all right. So when it comes to these exams, I think you need to concentrate a lot, and I think first thing is fix up your habit of sitting 3 hours continuous.
Yeah, I think you're right. I had another exam, a Cisco exam last weekend, and they were just asking me questions like, what is this in the room? What is this? What is that? There is a mirror in my study room. They said, okay, put your back towards the mirror. Mirror should be on your back. Show us your hands. Don't speak. So many things you need to be careful of.
Yeah, I got reminded of memory. Okay, I was reading questions and then said, and you don't have to use your lips.